the forgotten crime, punishment, and torture of the Middle Ages. Explore strange, brutal, or baffling laws and the punishments that followed. From trial by ordeal to accusations of witchcraft, this story delves into the chilling justice system of medieval society, where guilt and innocence were often left to fate. Tonight, we slip not into a silken bed of dreams, but into the cold stone halls of justice in the Middle Ages. A justice not tempered by mercy, but by mystery, superstition, and pain. As you settle beneath your blanket, perhaps with the faint hum of modernity outside your window, picture instead the flickering light of a single torch on a damp castle wall, the corridor smell of mildew and iron. Outside, fog rolls across a cobbled courtyard, silent except for the distant hoot of an owl or the low growl of a guard dog tethered beside the stocks. Medieval law did not begin in a courtroom. It began in fear. A theft in the village, a curse muttered under breath, a child falling ill without cause. And suddenly, all eyes turned to the neighbor, whose gaze lingered too long, whose goat gave no milk, whose windows were always shuttered. Justice was local, and often personal. In the feudal world, the lord of the manor held sway over his lands, his people, and their fates. Trials were held in great halls or beneath ancient oaks, with villagers summoned to bear witness or accuse. And when accusation came, the truth was not always sought. Sometimes, only a spectacle. Let us begin in one such village, a hamlet shrouded in early morning mist. A man, let us call him Thomas, is brought before the Lord. He is accused of stealing grain from the granary during the famine month. His neighbors swear by it. His family pleads his innocence. But how does one prove truth in a world where no one writes and nothing is recorded? The answer lies in the ordeal. Not trial by evidence, but trial by fire, water, or the weight of iron. Thomas is to be tested by boiling water. A cauldron is fetched and filled from the well. A fire crackles below it. The water bubbles ominously, steam curling into the chilled morning air. The priest arrives, bearing incense and chanting blessings, not over Thomas, but over the water. For this is not just scalding water. It is divine judgment. If God wills Thomas to be innocent, he will heal swiftly. If not, his blistered hand will fester, and the verdict is clear. Thomas plunges his hand in. The villagers gasp. The air is filled with smoke, steam, and tension. He withdraws it, shaking, burned to the wrist. It will be wrapped and bound, and in 3 days the priest will unwrap it. If it festers, he is guilty. 3 days pass. Thomas lies in a hay-strewn cell, feverish. His family prays. The priest unwraps the cloth. The wound is red, angry, festering. The verdict is given. Thomas will be hanged at dawn. This was not rare. This was justice. But before you drift into uneasy dreams, let us remember, medieval justice did not aim to rehabilitate. It aimed to maintain order, to satisfy the gods, and to frighten the populace into compliance. The idea was simple. Fear keeps peace. Tonight, as your eyes grow heavy, you may hear echoes of footsteps on stone, of whispered prayers, and the splash of water in a distant cauldron. You are entering the world of medieval punishment, where shadows pass for truth, and justice is handed down not by evidence, but by ordeal. We return to the muddy roads and timber-framed cottages of a village long swallowed by time, where justice is a thing made of iron and wood, and speech can be as dangerous as any blade. Imagine a square at the center of a market town. It is morning. but the sky is thick with cloud and the earth sodden from rain. Villagers gather slowly, eyes darting toward the raised platform at the center. Upon it sits the stocks, heavy timber, slick with damp, and already stained by the passing of many unfortunate legs. But today is not a day for legs. Today, the punishment is for speech. The woman's name is Ellen, a widow, sharp-tongued, known for her opinions and her curses, both of which flow like the stream after a storm. She has angered the reeve, insulted the baker's wife, and dared, above all, to speak openly in the churchyard about a lord's unjust tithe. For this, she has been condemned to wear the scold's bridle. A device of polished iron, rusted at its hinges, it resembles a twisted cage made to encase the head. A bridle plate extends inward, a flattened piece of metal to rest on the tongue or press it down entirely, cutting speech at the root. Some include spikes to punish even the attempt to murmur. Ellen stands between two men. Her wrists are tied. Her eyes are furious but tearless. The crowd is quiet. Children grip their mother's skirts. The smith, who forged the device years ago, looks away. She is forced to her knees. The bridle is fitted over her head. The metal clinks as it closes. The tongue piece slides in, silencing her instantly. Her gasp is the last sound she makes. The buckle is fastened, a lock turned. She will wear it for 2 days. She will be led through the village, walked past homes where she once shared bread or tended sick animals, where now she is viewed as a threat, a scold, a woman out of place in her station. The townsfolk do not cheer. This is not entertainment. It is warning. Each clang of her footsteps a reminder. Words are weighty, and in this world, too much speech tips the scales of justice. Not far from Ellen, the stocks wait for others. Stocks and pillories are simple devices, yet deeply symbolic. To be locked in one is to be immobilized, publicly exposed, and utterly helpless. For thieves, for drunkards, for boys caught throwing stones at passing carts, the stocks offer humiliation rather than pain. But that humiliation is powerful. Crowds gather not just to watch, but to participate. Rotten vegetables are thrown, slurs are shouted, spit lands on cheeks. There is no defense, no reply, no escape. Night falls cold. The person in the stocks must endure the weather, the insects, and the slow ache of cramping limbs. There is no shelter, and often no food. Only the watchful eye of justice and the mocking voice of the crowd. Sometimes injuries follow, dislocated shoulders, cuts from struggle. But the greater wound is often unseen, a loss of dignity so deep it takes years to fade, if ever. And still, it was preferred. For while the bridle and the stocks stripped one of voice or freedom, they spared the body worse. In a world where limbs might be lost to theft and eyes gouged for blasphemy, a night in the stocks was mercy by comparison. Now, as you rest in your warm bed, listen not just for the sound of the night outside your window, but for the echo of Ellen's silent footsteps. Picture the metal cage glinting in the torchlight, the slow trickle of drool from a pressed tongue, the creak of timber holding fast a boy who lied. This is punishment by exposure, not to flame or lash, but to judgment, to shame, to being seen. But more than this, there were the horrible instruments of medieval torture. We begin with the wheel. The breaking wheel was not simply an instrument of death. It was a theater, a performance of pain measured in hours, sometimes days. Picture the wheel, tall, heavy, studded with iron bands. It leans upright or lies flat across two trestles, and upon it a body is placed, stretched, exposed, helpless. The condemned is often a thief, a murderer, or a man who dared raise his hand against a noble. His limbs are tied at awkward angles. Then comes the hammer, a heavy, iron-headed club wielded by the executioner. Each strike is deliberate. First the arms, then the legs. The bones break with audible cracks. The body bends around the wheel's spokes, twisted into a grotesque parody of human form. Sometimes the limbs are threaded between the spokes. Sometimes the wheel is spun. The goal is not death. Not yet. The goal is to shatter, to maim, to make a spectacle. And after the body is broken, the wheel is hoisted high on a post for all to see. There, the man may linger for hours, even days, if the blow to the chest was withheld. Ravens gather. Children whisper. The wheel teaches obedience. Then there is the rack. A simple device in design, it is a frame, often made of wood, with rollers at each end and ropes that bind wrists and ankles. The condemned is laid flat, and slowly the ropes are tightened. The body stretches, joints pop, tendons strain, muscles tear. Confessions come quickly, whether true or not, for the rack is used not only to punish, but to extract. Truth, they believed, could be pulled from a person, inch by inch, if only the pain were sharp enough. A man accused of heresy, a woman suspected of witchcraft, a servant rumored to have poisoned a cup. All may find themselves on the rack, their screams muffled only by the thick walls of the castle dungeon. And when the rack is not enough, or when the confession is already known and the punishment must be made final, there waits the chair. The chair that burns. It is forged of iron, sometimes spiked, always cruel. A fire is kindled beneath. Slowly, the metal heats. The condemned is stripped, then bound to the chair with iron straps across thighs, arms, chest. And as the chair warms, the flesh begins to sizzle. There is no escape, no moment of reprieve. It is death by degrees. In France, in Germany, in parts of Italy, the iron chair was a sentence reserved for traitors, for sorcerers, for those deemed beyond redemption. In truth, it was used also for those whom the crowd feared most. The chair made no mistakes. It did not allow miracles. It was final. Now, as you breathe in your soft sheets, picture instead the chill of stone against bare feet, the clang of a door closing behind you, the sudden silence before the screams begin. These were not anomalies. They were justice as it was understood. Public, painful, prolonged. A warning hammered into flesh, and all who watched were reminded, this could be you. But the Middle Ages were not done yet. No, not even close. The sky is low and grey, the wind howling through the shutters of timber-framed cottages. It is the year 1487, in a small town along the edge of the Black Forest. A girl of 16 has been brought in chains to the village green. Her name is Anke. She is accused of witchcraft. Her neighbor's cow died in the night. Another claims to have seen her walking barefoot in the snow. A third whispers that Anke's mother bled to death in childbirth, and that her cries echo still in the woods beyond the town. Anke has no family now, no protector, and no defense against superstition turned law. Witchcraft by this century is not merely feared, it is codified, a crime against man, church, and God. And the guidebook has been written, the Malleus Maleficarum, or the Hammer of Witches, printed and spread by inquisitors across Europe. It outlines the signs, the procedures, and the sentences. It does not question, it only condemns. Anke is brought before the town elders. She is pale, trembling, barefoot. Her eyes are ringed with sleeplessness, but her silence damns her more than any scream would. They say witches do not weep. They say witches do not blink at the mention of Christ. A priest steps forward. He carries a book in one hand and a long pin in the other. They search her for the mark. The witch's mark, they claim, is a place where Satan touched his servant, leaving a patch of skin numb to pain, sometimes darkened, sometimes shaped like a mole, a freckle, or an extra nipple. It can be anywhere. And so the search is invasive, violating, degrading. Her body is stripped, her dignity left in tatters. The crowd watches. Some are curious, some afraid, some angry. A child whimpers, an old woman turns her back. The pin is drawn. The priest pricks her shoulder. She cries out. Not there. Her arm. She winces. Not there. They find a small birthmark near her hip. The pin presses in. Anke, numb with cold and terror, barely moves. It is enough. The accusation becomes a sentence. The next day she is questioned, or rather, pressed for confession. She is kept from sleep. She is denied food. The room is dark, the air heavy with incense and sweat. Questions are asked not to uncover truth, but to confirm the story they already believe. Did you consort with demons? Did you fly at night? Did you speak the devil's tongue? And if she confesses, she will be burned. If she refuses, she will be tortured until she does. There is no exit, only flame. Burning is not an instant death. It begins with the pyre. At dawn, the square is swept, wood is stacked. The executioner lays his tools in careful rows. The villagers gather as if for festival. Some bring bread, others drink. Children are lifted onto shoulders. Anke is led from her cell. Her legs barely hold her. Her shift hangs loose from her shoulders. The priest walks beside her, murmuring prayers. She no longer speaks. She is bound to the post with thick ropes. Bundles of kindling are arranged at her feet. A final question is asked. Does she repent? She looks to the sky. The sun is rising, but the light seems cold. The torch is lowered. The fire crackles, then roars. Smoke swirls around her face. Flames lick her legs. She gasps. A scream, long and high, pierces the morning air. Some villagers turn away, others cross themselves. When it is over, the priest says a prayer. The ashes are swept away, and life continues. The cow, incidentally, dies anyway. The snow returns, and next winter, another girl is brought forth. The witch hunts were not rare, nor confined to one land. They swept through Germany, France, Switzerland, Scotland, and England. Tens of thousands perished. Many more were accused. It was not only women, but mostly it was women. Midwives, widows, herbalists, girls who laughed too loudly, or danced, or knew things men thought they should not. Fear and fire fed each other, and the church, the law, the people, all took part. Tonight, as you drift to sleep, let your thoughts rest gently with Anke. Let them sit with the ones who vanished into flame, whose voices were never heard above the roar of the crowd. History remembers them in brief, but you, tonight, have heard her story. Now imagine a grand chamber within a towering castle. Tapestries soften the stone. Candles flicker in silver sconces. The air is heavy with the scent of roses and warmed wine. This is the court of a baron, a duke, perhaps even a prince. Nobility surrounds you. Gold-threaded gowns, gleaming armor, jeweled fingers, and behind each smile, 1,000 secrets. Justice here is not meted with a club or branding iron, but with whispers, inked parchment, and cups laced with unseen danger. Let us meet Lady Cecily, a noblewoman of considerable estate. She is clever, devout, and cautious, traits necessary for survival in a world where one misplaced glance could spell ruin. One evening, a guest at her table collapses, frothing at the mouth. The goblet he drank from is inspected, and the taste of bitter almonds lingers. Poison. All eyes turn to Cecily, whose wine was poured from the same bottle, but remains untouched. A servant recalls a quarrel from the week prior. Another claims to have seen Cecily near the apothecary. And so begins the unraveling. In noble circles, formal accusation is rare. Instead, suspicion festers. The servants are questioned, their tongues loosened by bribes and threats. The steward compiles a report, which he delivers, sealed, to the Lord's court. Cecily is confined to her chambers, not a cell. But make no mistake, she is a prisoner. Her letters are read, her food tasted, her prayers watched. She is brought before a tribunal of her peers, judges in fine robes, seated upon cushioned chairs. There is no jury, no open trial, only whispers and assumptions dressed in formality. The questions come as if gently. Did you know the deceased well? Had he wronged you? Have you studied the arts of alchemy or tinctures? Each answer is recorded, each gesture weighed. In such courts, guilt does not need proof, merely consensus. If enough nod their heads, if the right noble frowns, if the priest says, "Her eyes do not meet mine," then the verdict is inevitable. Lady Cecily is declared guilty. But she will not be broken on the wheel, nor burned. Her punishment will be veiled in grace. She is stripped of her lands. Her children are taken into the custody of the crown. She is sent to a convent, the usual fate for noble women who fall from favor. There, behind stone walls, her life is reduced to prayer, silence, and labor. She wakes before dawn, tends the sick, mends cloth, and at night she kneels on cold stone and whispers prayers that echo only to herself. She may live another 30 years, her former life a dream half remembered. She will die with a simple cross above her head, no name inscribed. Poison was the weapon of the nobility. The assassin's blade traded for herbs that grew in their own gardens. Hemlock, belladonna, arsenic. Knowledge of these was not forbidden, but deeply feared. To possess a book of remedies was to invite suspicion. To brew a tincture for headaches could be seen as a means to murder. Yet nobles were not tortured in public. Their rank spared them the flame or the lash. Their punishments were social, political, and devastating in subtler ways. And still, death came to their halls. A servant who overheard too much might disappear. A knight found loyal to the wrong banner might fall in a hunting accident. The poison cup replaced the gallows. Exile stood in for execution. The corridors of the elite echoed not with screams, but with silence. It is a different kind of darkness, quiet, calculated, and cold. So as you drift into sleep tonight, pull your blanket close and imagine the rustle of silk down a moonlit corridor. A door creaking open, a chalice lifted to a mouth, a pause, a cough, then silence. velvet and venom. That is how justice moves in the castle. Now, imagine a frost-bitten morning in a thatch-roof village. The sun has not yet broken the mist. A crowd gathers near the crossroads, boots sinking into the churned mud. At the center of the throng stands a wooden scaffold, hastily assembled, creaking under the weight of recent use. A man is marched up the steps. His name is John, a highwayman. He has robbed travelers, they say, 3 times at least. Maybe more. 1 noble, 1 merchant, and a priest, all swearing under oath that it was his blade they saw. No one speaks of how the priest traveled alone, or how the merchant's pouch jingled loudly in a time of famine. John's wrists are bound, his shirt torn, his feet bare. The crowd is restless, not with joy, but with necessity. The law must be served. His neck must stretch. It is how the world is kept in balance. The gallows has many forms, some crude, some ceremonial. A beam and a rope, a trapdoor and a bell. In some regions it is a simple tree, its branches known to bend with the weight of sin. But all serve the same end. The executioner, hooded and sober, reads the charge aloud. Then the noose is lowered. John, pale now, speaks only a few words. A prayer, a name, a plea. No one can say. The trap is sprung. The body drops. The silence is brief. The twitching feet, the creaking rope, the slow stillness. Then the murmurs rise again. Justice, they say, has been done. But not all thieves were given the rope. For lesser crimes, a stolen loaf, a poached rabbit, a pilfered coin, there was another sentence. One that took not life, but limb. Let us now visit a small chamber behind the village hall. A boy of 12 stands trembling. He is accused of theft. A ring taken from the altar. His father begs. His mother weeps. But the ring is found tucked beneath the hearthstone. The charge is clear. The punishment? Amputation. A block of wood. A dull blade. And silence. The boy is held down, his hand stretched across the block. No physician is present. Only the bailiff, the priest, and the blacksmith who sharpens the knife. The first joint of his finger is removed. Then the stump is bound with rough linen. He will live. He will even work, but he will never forget. And when he walks the streets, his missing finger will speak for him. A mark more permanent than any ink. A warning to others. For more serious thefts, the hand itself might be taken. Or both. And for repeat offenders, the ears were cut. The nose. Branding irons were used, too. Letters burned into flesh. T for thief, F for forger. These were punishments meant not only to hurt, but to mark, to shape how others saw you. In a world without records, the body bore the sentence. In times of war or famine, these laws grew sharper. A starving man who took a loaf might still lose a hand. A desperate woman might lose her tongue for begging too persistently. Mercy was not evenly measured. But there is another figure here, the outlaw. To be declared outlaw was to be cast from the law's protection. It meant anyone could strike you down, and no one would be punished. Your property was forfeit, your family disgraced. Some fled to forests. Bandits, rebels, and deserters became the ghosts of woodland paths. The gallows awaited them if caught. Sometimes their heads were placed on spikes beside the town gate. A deterrent, a monument. Justice by fear. And yet, these punishments had order. There were scrolls, laws, customs. They were recorded in dusty halls by scribes, and even cruelty followed protocol. So tonight, as you drift into sleep, let your thoughts wander to to the figure hanging at the edge of the field. The boy with a bandaged stump, the woman with branded skin. They were not forgotten in their time. They were reminders. Tonight, we step into sacred halls, where justice claims not only the body, but the soul. Here, the flicker of candlelight does not promise safety. It reveals sin. The church in the Middle Ages was more than a house of worship. It was a court, a prison, and in many cases, a place of judgment more feared than the gallows. For the sins confessed here often led to punishments that touched every part of a person's life. And the afterlife. Picture a cathedral. Tall arches, cold stone, stained glass windows filtering the sunlight into shafts of color. A bell tolls above, its iron tongue announcing the hour of penance. Below, in the nave, a line of people waits, some barefoot, some weeping, all afraid. This is not confession. This is inquisition. Let us begin with a man named Thomas, a monk once, now accused of heresy. He dared question the bishop's interpretation of a sacred text. He wrote, "They say that God's grace is not owned by Rome, and that forgiveness need not be bought." Such words in this time are more dangerous than blades. He is brought before the ecclesiastical court, a tribunal of robed men who speak in Latin and write in ledgers thicker than the Bible itself. Thomas is pale, hungry. He has been held for weeks without trial, fed only bread and water laced with bitterness. The court recites his crimes. He stands silent. He is asked to recant. He refuses. Then the penance begins. In theory, church punishments are designed to save the soul, not punish the body. But in practice, the two are never far apart. Thomas is stripped of his robes. He is whipped, not with rage, but with rhythm. 40 lashes, then 40 more. Between each stroke, a prayer is whispered. He is made to wear the sackcloth, a garment of rough wool, cinched with cord, designed to chafe and itch, to remind the wearer of sin. He will eat alone, sleep on stone, speak only in verse, and yet he is lucky. For others, the punishments go deeper. The inquisitors employ methods more invasive, psychological, spiritual, and physical. The heretic may be walled in, bricked behind the chapel, given just enough air to breathe, left with bread and scripture. Some are forced to march barefoot through towns with heavy crosses on their backs, blood soaking their shirts as the people spit and jeer. Others are locked in iron cages hung outside abbey towers, their bodies exposed to wind, sun, and birds. The goal is always the same: repentance, confession, obedience. The church also imposed penance in forms that reached across years. A man might be exiled for a decade. A woman might be forbidden to speak to her children. Families were ruined not by flame, but by silence. But not all came from inquisition. There were penitent pilgrims, sinners who walked for months or years, barefoot across mountain passes, sleeping in barns, begging for food, their only purpose to reach a shrine and plead for mercy. These men and women bore badges on their cloaks, shells from Santiago, iron crosses from Canterbury, tokens of a path walked in pain. Their journey was their sentence, a moving punishment, public and private all at once. Then there were the charivares, unofficial punishments sanctioned by no scripture, but allowed by the silence of the church. A man accused of adultery might find himself paraded through the streets on a donkey, facing backwards, bells tied to his wrists. A woman accused of gossip might be forced to wear antlers or sit backward on a plough while children mocked her. Laughter as punishment, shame disguised as mirth, and always the church stood nearby, a pillar of moral law. Scribes recorded names, priests delivered final rites, and bishops issued pardons for the right price. It is easy to forget how deep the church reached. Into marriage, into inheritance, into the structure of everyday life. To be excommunicated, to be cut off from communion, was not just a spiritual punishment. It meant death to one's social life, to legal rights, to the ability to marry, to bury, to belong. You became, quite literally, a ghost among the living. So tonight, as the wind brushes your window and the night thickens around you, imagine the tolling of bells not in celebration, but in sorrow. Imagine kneeling in a dark chapel, cold stone biting your knees, whispering prayers you no longer believe. In the Middle Ages, even your soul could be sentenced. Next, we journey to the battlefield, where desertion is death, cowardice is flayed, and valor is no shield. Sleep now. The church doors have closed for the night, but judgment does not rest. Now, we leave the cloisters and confessionals behind. We step instead onto trampled grass, past shattered banners, beneath skies blackened with smoke. This is the battlefield, not just a place of glory and blood, but of law, of punishment, of fear beyond the sword. In the chaos of medieval war, rules still ruled. Knights swore oaths. Armies were led not only by kings, but by codes. The code of chivalry, the articles of war, and laws passed from mouth to ear across blood-soaked fields. And when those rules were broken, punishment came swiftly. Often publicly, always cruelly. Let us begin with a soldier named Arnulf, not noble-born, a conscript, a farm boy from the outskirts of Brittany, pressed into the Duke's army to fight a war he neither chose nor understood. On the eve of battle, he slipped away under moonlight. Fear, not treason, guided him. But desertion is death. Arnulf is caught by sunrise, hiding in a thicket, shivering and sobbing. He begs, claims he meant only to find water. But the law does not bend for the frightened. He is stripped of his tunic, tied to a post before his fellow soldiers. A tribunal is formed, swift and stern. The sentence is flogging to near death, followed by execution. Not with a sword, but with a pike, the same weapon he was supposed to wield. His limbs are bound. The commander delivers the first thrust, then another soldier, then another, until the boy who once plowed fields is left twitching in red earth. To desert one's post was to betray not only one's lord, but one's brothers in arms. And so the punishment was made visible. Executions were performed in rows, in camps, on roadsides. They became warnings carved into the minds of survivors. But desertion was not the only crime. Cowardice, to flinch in the battle, to fail to advance when ordered, could earn a flaying. Yes, flaying. The skin peeled from a man's back while he yet breathed. This gruesome punishment was rare, but not myth, especially for leaders who fled first. Some were branded. A coward's mark burned into the cheek or hand, their armor broken, their weapons snapped, their names spoken only with shame. Others were forced to march ahead in the next battle, wearing no protection, carrying the standard or beating a drum. They were given no shield. They were told to earn redemption with blood. For those who committed violence beyond the rules, soldiers who raped, pillaged, or slaughtered innocents, the penalties varied by rank. A peasant might be hanged. A knight might be stripped of his lands, his spurs broken before a silent hall, his sword shattered over his knee. At times, trials were held in tents, judges seated on trunks, verdicts scrawled on parchment weighed down with stones. Witnesses were rare. The sword was more common, and yet, not all punishments were for failure. Sometimes, the strongest were punished to remind the rest. A soldier who gained too much fame, a mercenary who dared question his commander, a knight whose victories outshone the crown. These men might be accused of disobedience, of heresy, of unlawful duels. Punishment came dressed in formality, but it was fear that held the pen. Even valor could be punished. Sometimes, soldiers broke under the weight of war. These men, now we might say they suffered trauma, were called mad or possessed. They were chained, bled, or locked in monasteries. Few returned, and when the war was over, many punishments followed them home. Land was denied, wages unpaid, scars worn not as medals, but as stigma. So tonight, as you lie in your quiet room, far from fire and steel, listen not for the clash of swords, but for the drumbeat of judgment. Imagine the frostbitten field, the eyes of your comrades turned away, the lash falling again and again. Even in war, there was law, and that law rarely forgave. Now imagine a cobbled square, the smell of bread and ash, the market where justice is loud, not whispered in courts or scribbled behind banners, but shouted for all to see. In the Middle Ages, the marketplace was not just a place for trade. It was where messages were read aloud, edicts were posted, and wrongdoers were displayed like wares. It was a theater of morality, and punishment here was performance. Let us begin with a man named Edric, a baker by trade. He was caught selling bread made with sawdust and spoiled rye, a deception that sickened 5 and killed 1. His punishment would be more than a fine. At dawn, he is stripped to his waist. A collar of iron is clamped around his neck, chained to the post in the center of the square. In one hand, he must hold a rotten loaf. In the other, a sign. Cheat. His arms shake. The cold bites at his feet. Children jeer. Women curse. Rotten vegetables fly. The shame is thick. The punishment is public and drawn out. But that is only the beginning. Once his hours are served, the real punishment begins. Branding. A hot iron, shaped like a C, is pressed into his chest. His flesh sears. He screams. The mark will remain for life. The brand is not just pain. It is permanence. It ensures that Edric's sin follows him wherever he goes, even after he pays his dues, even if he never cheats again. And he is not alone. Across the square, a woman is paraded on a cart. She is wrapped in tarred cloth. Her crime, gossip and slander. She spoke lies, they say, that led to a marriage broken and a merchant ruined. She is not beaten. Instead, she is mocked. Bells are tied to her wrists. Her mouth is painted with pitch. A mask, shaped like a pig's snout, is tied to her face. This is the punishment of spectacle, of ridicule. Her name may not be forgotten, but her dignity is. There are others, too. The pillory stands tall, a frame of wood, with holes for the head and hands. Once locked in, the criminal can neither sit nor fully stand. They drool, their backs cramp, their arms numb. And all the while, the crowd performs its duty. Some throw filth, some spit, some whisper cruel names, and others simply watch, because punishment here is not private. It must be seen to work. Forgers are burned on the palm. Thieves are led in chains from stall to stall, their stolen goods hung around their necks. Swindlers are shaved bald, then coated in tar and feathers. Justice in the marketplace smells of sweat, smoke, and shame. Sometimes the punishment turns crueler still. A man caught impersonating a noble is dragged through the street on a wooden board. His clothes are torn, his feet are whipped with switches. Behind him, a boy beats a drum. Each step announces his crime. He will be left at the edge of town, unclothed, unnamed. In larger cities, a special platform is raised. Not a gallows, but a stage. Punishment plays are performed here. Actors reenact the criminal's sin while the condemned watches. Then, the sentence is delivered. It might be a whipping. It might be exile, but always the crowd is part of the process. And sometimes, the crowd becomes the executioner. Mob justice. A purse thief caught in the act may not live to see a trial. Merchants beat him. Bystanders throw stones. By the time the bailiff arrives, the body lies broken. The law nods. The punishment is complete. You see, the market is more than commerce. It is communion, a place where the people themselves are instruments of justice. But there are exceptions. Sometimes a rich man is caught shorting weights or selling spoiled meat. His fine is heavy, but there is no post, no brand, no pitch, only silver changing hands. Quietly, order is restored, and this too is medieval justice. So tonight, as you pull your blanket to your chin, listen not for the silence of courts or the chant of monks. Listen instead for the murmur of the crowd, the ring of bells, the clatter of stocks being locked. Justice is not quiet. Not here. Now, turn toward the north. Not just in geography, but in punishment. In the freezing lands where daylight is short and winters are long, where the frost speaks more cruelly than fire, and silence is a kind of verdict. The northern territories of medieval Europe, Scandinavia, the outer reaches of the British Isles, and the frigid Germanic frontiers had their own traditions of justice, brutal, poetic, and deeply entwined with nature. Let us begin in a village pressed into the bones of a fjord. The mountains rise on either side like waiting giants. Ice crawls down their shoulders. It is morning, though the sun barely lifts beyond the peaks. A man stands at the edge of the settlement, barefoot in the snow. His name is Steinar. His crime is known to all: betrayal. He revealed the hiding place of 3 villagers to the enemy during a raid. His own brother was among the dead. Here, there is no formal gallows, no executioner with a hood. Judgment is communal, and it is exile. Steinar is stripped to his tunic, his weapons taken. A single knife is left at his belt, a gesture both symbolic and practical. He is turned to face the forest, then struck once across the shoulders with a staff. No word is spoken, no prayer offered. He begins to walk. He must survive alone. If he is seen again, he will be hunted. Exile was one of the oldest forms of punishment in the north. Not always fatal, but often so. It was believed that a man cast from his community lost not only protection, but identity. His name would be struck from records, his children disowned, his home burned or given to another. But the North knew other punishments too. Thieves might be bound to trees, their hands nailed through the palm to bark, left to freeze, or for the wolves to find. Adulterers were sometimes forced into the sea, tied to a boulder and pushed from the rocks. Their cries were taken by the wind, their bodies fed to the fjords. Then there were blood feuds, old as the sagas. In lands where kings ruled loosely and clans held power, crimes were often avenged, not judged. If a man killed another, His kin had the right to exact equal vengeance, a life for a life. Or they could accept weregild, a blood price. Weregild was more than gold. It was social reckoning. The amount paid varied by the status of the slain. A noble cost more than a farmer, a warrior more than a stable boy. Refuse to pay, and the feud continued. Families might war for generations. Sometimes, blood prices were refused, not for greed, but for pride. To accept silver for a brother's life was to admit weakness. In winter, justice turned crueler still. The cold became an accomplice. Punishments that elsewhere involved fire were here inflicted with frost. A woman caught poisoning her husband might be stripped and lashed to a pole in the center of the village, left through the night, her skin burning not with heat, but with wind. In some Norse territories, traitors were subjected to the blood eagle, though how common this was is debated. The ribs cut from the spine, lungs pulled outward like wings. It may be myth, or it may have been real once. But what is certain is this. Punishment in the north was not quick, it was not kind, and it was not forgotten. The old sagas remember. They tell of men buried up to the neck in the snow, their faces turned to the midnight sky, of women forced to carry stones until their arms bled, of witches tied beneath lake ice, their screams muffled by water. Even words were punished. Slander might earn the removal of a tongue or the carving of letters into the face. Liars were not only silenced, they were labeled. And still, there was law. Thing gatherings, open-air parliaments, were held on ancient hills. There, men stood in circles, weapons at their sides, and spoke of crimes and honor. Oaths were made before gods and ancestors, and when verdicts came, they were carried out not by sheriffs, but by the community itself. Punishment was a shared ritual, and mercy was rare. So tonight, as the chill of your room settles against the window pane, imagine not the warmth of fire, but the sting of snow against bare skin. Imagine walking barefoot into a forest that does not forgive. Imagine your name vanishing, your voice swallowed by the wind. In the north, silence was the final sentence. Next, we go underground. Beneath the bustling cities of the medieval world, beneath the cathedrals and cobbled streets, beneath the wine halls and merchant stalls, lie the dark places. The oubliettes, the holes dug not just into earth, but into memory itself. The word oubliette comes from the French oublier, to forget. These were not ordinary cells. They were narrow shafts, often hidden beneath trapdoors, accessible only by rope or ladder. And once the prisoner was lowered in, that rope was pulled up, the ladder removed, the trapdoor shut. The prisoner was not meant to be guarded. He was meant to be forgotten. Let us enter one. A man, accused of sedition, perhaps for mocking a noble, perhaps for printing an unauthorized copy of scripture, is dragged through the winding passages of a castle basement. The air is damp, the walls drip, the torches hiss and spit. At the end of a narrow corridor, a stone plate is lifted. A black hole yawns beneath. The man's wrists are bound. He begs. He is pushed hard and tumbles down, 10 feet, 15, maybe more, into the darkness. The floor is stone, or dirt, or bones. The air is stagnant, the smell a mix of rot and mildew. Above, the trapdoor is slammed shut. There is no light, no company, no sound but the breath in his lungs and the scratching of rats. In some oubliettes, prisoners were left to starve. In others, they were left to think, for days or weeks, then pulled up and questioned, their minds frayed by darkness, the lack of sound, the absence of form, the suffocating isolation. These were tools of punishment more powerful than chains. And then there were the other chambers. Cells no larger than a coffin, designed not for rest, but for pressure. In these, a man couldn't stand, nor lie flat. He knelt always, his back bent, his neck bowed. Hours passed, then days, then weeks, and when the door was opened, the prisoner did not stand. He could not. Some cells were designed with intentional cruelty, sloped floors that made sleeping impossible, dripping water that struck the same point again and again, eroding sanity. Iron collars chained to walls, just high enough to keep the feet from touching ground. And deeper still, the torture chambers. These were places of confession, of extraction. The inquisitor or bailiff worked not in haste, but in rhythm. The prisoner, bound to a table or hung from the ceiling, was questioned gently at first, then less so. The strappado, arms tied behind the back, then hoisted by rope and dropped, wrenching the shoulders from their sockets. The rack, of course. The pair of anguish, a metal device inserted into the mouth, rectum, or vagina, then expanded by twisting. None of these were designed to kill, only to hurt. Deeply, persistently, until the prisoner said what was required. Confessions came. Truth or lie, it mattered little. In cities with prisons, like the Tower of London or Castel Sant'Angelo in Rome, such chambers were common. They were not whispered secrets, but accepted parts of justice. Priests blessed the devices, scribes recorded the sessions, and guards cleaned the blood between shifts. Sometimes the condemned were paraded before torture or after, shackled, limping, bloodied. They were shown to crowds as proof of guilt, as lessons in obedience, and then returned below. Some were released eventually, broken, scarred, silent. Others remained until their names were no longer spoken, and some, quite simply, vanished. Records were lost, pages torn, stories left untold. The oubliette had done its work. So tonight, as you lie in your bed, draw your blanket closer. Not for warmth, for comfort. And in the stillness, listen for the breath you do not hear, the voice you do not speak, the footsteps that do not echo. Because beneath every castle, every city, every courtroom, there were rooms no one wished to remember, and those who entered them were made into ghosts. The punishments of the Middle Ages were not always imposed by judge or priest or lord. Sometimes they were chosen, accepted, even embraced by those who believed that pain, distance, and sacrifice could cleanse the soul. We are speaking now of the pilgrim, the penitent, the sinner who walked not toward execution, but toward redemption. Imagine a man named Matteo, a merchant, once rich, now ruined. He cheated, lied, falsified weights, and when his fraud was discovered, his family disowned him. The church offered a choice, punishment by law or pilgrimage. He chose the road. Matteo walks barefoot. His feet blister, bleed, then callous. He wears a simple tunic, a rope belt, and a broad hat. On his chest is a carved wooden token, a scallop shell, the mark of Santiago. His destination is hundreds of miles away. He sleeps in barns, in hedgerows, in monasteries where he is allowed no speech. His food is whatever he can beg. His body wastes, his hair mats, but he does not turn back. He is not alone. There are others on the road, men who once killed, women accused of adultery, children born of scandal. They carry crosses on their backs or stones in their arms. Some flagellate themselves with cords, blood striping their garments. This is the theatre of penance, long, slow, public. It is pain offered freely in the hope of salvation. In towns and villages, they are met with mixed eyes. Some give alms, others jeer. Some throw scraps of bread, other stones. But still they walk, and there are rules. Pilgrims must wear specific colours. They must announce their sin if asked. They must not fight, nor drink, nor rest beneath a noble roof unless offered. They are watched, judged, measured. Those who falter, who take shortcuts or accept coin, may be reported, brought before a tribunal, accused of false penance, their journey revoked. For some, the pilgrimage ends at a shrine, Canterbury, Santiago, Rome, or Jerusalem. They kneel, pray, press their forehead to sacred stone. A priest speaks absolution, and the burden lifts. But not always. Others die along the road. Disease, bandits, hunger, their bodies buried in shallow graves, their tokens hung upon trees like forgotten prayers. Some never intended to return. For them, the journey is their new life. They become wanderers, saints in motion, ghosts in rags who appear at dawn and vanish by dusk. And some walk only until their knees give way. Then they fall, and no one lifts them. The Church records these journeys. Penitential pilgrimages are catalogued in thick volumes. A knight who murders a rival may be sent to the Holy Land. A noblewoman caught in scandal may be sent to walk the 7 churches of Rome. These are not voluntary. They are verdicts dressed in holiness. Others seek punishment through isolation. Hermits who live in caves or high atop pillars. They eat roots, drink rain, speak to no one. Their bodies decay. But their minds, they say, grow clean. And what of the flagellants? In times of plague, thousands took to the streets, whipping themselves raw in public squares, believing that only suffering could stay God's hand. They marched from town to town, chanting psalms, bleeding as they went. Some towns welcomed them. Others feared contagion, not just of disease, but of hysteria. Because pain, when embraced, spreads quickly. So tonight, as you breathe in the hush of your room, think of the road, the long one, the one lined with splinters and thorns. Imagine your feet bare, your hands outstretched, your eyes fixed on a distant steeple. Imagine walking, not from chains, but toward grace. Next, we stand not in shadow, but in sunlight, before marble steps and golden balconies, the courts of kings and queens, where punishment is no longer justice, but display. In the royal courts of the Middle Ages, power was never subtle. It wore ermine and jewels. It carried scepters, sat on high-backed thrones, and spoke in decrees. And when the crown punished, it did so not in private, but in the square, where the people could watch. Royal executions were spectacles. They were planned with care, time, place, witnesses chosen not for secrecy, but for effect. Every gesture, from the velvet gloves of the herald to the sharp gleam of the headsman's axe, was part of a story. And that story was always, the king rules, the law stands, disobedience ends in ruin. Let us begin with a nobleman, Lord Alaric of Westbridge, accused of plotting treason against the crown, a whisper of rebellion, letters found in his chambers, a cousin who once raised banners in the north. He is tried in the royal hall, found guilty. Sentence, beheading by sword. But not at dawn, not in shadow. His execution will be held at noon on the high platform, before 300 nobles and 1,000 commoners. On the morning of his death, he is dressed in white, given a final meal of wine, bread, and meat. His hair is combed. A priest walks beside him. The guards wear their finest armor, and he walks tall, because dignity, in this moment, is all that remains. The platform is draped in crimson. The executioner is not hooded. That is for lower courts. He is a knight, dressed in black, his sword honed to perfection. He kneels before the condemned and asks forgiveness. It is tradition. The trumpet sounds. The king watches from above. The blade rises, then falls. The crowd erupts, not in cheer, but in awe. Justice, they believe, has spoken. Yet not all royal punishments were so clean. For lesser nobles, or for crimes deemed especially vile, death could come in crueler forms. Burning, boiling, drawing and quartering, a punishment so elaborate it became legend. The condemned was hanged until near death, then eviscerated, then cut into quarters and scattered across the realm. This was not simply death, it was destruction. Royal women, when punished, were rarely executed in public. They were suffocated with pillows, burned in walled gardens, or left to starve in locked towers, their names erased, their portraits removed. And for the poor, the spectacle was even more brutal. The king's justice was swift, but it was not equal. A man caught stealing from the royal treasury might be hanged in chains at the city gates, left as a warning. His body not buried, but rotted. A woman who insulted the queen might have her tongue torn out, or be whipped through the streets wearing a crown of thorns. But royalty did not only punish the body, it punished the name. Attainted, that was the word. It meant the family lost everything. Titles, lands, coats of arms. Children could not inherit. Wives could not remarry. A man punished by the crown disappeared from history. And then there were the royal pardons, rare, dramatic, public. A noble who knelt in chains before the throne. A queen who whispered mercy in her husband's ear. The people watched, held breath, and when the king nodded, cheers erupted. Mercy, too, was performance. Even the architecture of punishment changed in royal hands. The scaffold became a raised theatre. The prison became a fortress. The gallows a monument. The king's justice was carved into the city. Visible, permanent, majestic. So, as you lie in stillness, imagine the bright square, the trumpet, the velvet, the eyes of 1,000 strangers, and one man waiting. Now we dare, we descend into the realm of shadows, not hidden in cells, nor bound in chains, but floating in smoke. We walk now into hysteria, the last chapter of medieval punishment, where logic surrendered and fear sat upon the bench. This is the age of the witch hunt, of spectral evidence, of tortured truths and whispered accusations. This is where innocence could not be proven, only burned away. Let us begin with a girl named Annalisa, 16 winters old, eyes like river water, hands always folded. She lived at the edge of the village, near the woods, and knew how to make broth for fevers. One spring, a cow died. Then a boy fell from a tree. Then lightning struck the chapel bell. The villagers began to murmur. She is brought before the elder tribunal, not for a crime, but for a pattern, for suspicion, for standing alone too often, for smiling too rarely. She is asked if she ever flew in dreams, if she speaks with animals, if she has a birthmark. She is searched, her skin stripped bare. They find a freckle near her ribs. A witch's teat, they call it. A place where the devil drinks. The trial begins. No defense is permitted, only the denial of the accused. But denial, they say, is proof of her pact, for witches lie. And the truth, they claim, can be drawn from silence. So she is tied to a chair, her legs spread. Iron pokers heat in coals. She is questioned for hours. Her hands blister, her lips crack, and still she says nothing. Then comes sleep deprivation. She is kept awake for 3 nights. Her vision blurs, the room spins, her tongue dries. She confesses that she danced with shadows, that she kissed the devil's hand, that she cursed the cow and beckoned the storm. She says what they already believe. Her words are written, signed with a trembling X, and sealed. Her punishment is not in question. She is led to the stake, her hair shorn, a robe of linen draped over her. Her family is absent, her name already forbidden. Bundles of faggots are stacked high. A monk reads scripture. A noble watches from a balcony. And a crowd, so quiet, waits for flame. The fire is lit. Her scream pierces the sky, but only once. Then the smoke swallows it. Her body twists, then stills. The air smells of salt and ash. Justice, they say, has been done. But hers is not the only story. In Germany, in Scotland, in France, thousands are tried. Men and women. Mostly women. Some midwives. Some widows. Some simply unlucky. The tools of truth-seeking multiply. There is the ducking stool, a chair lowered into water. If the woman floats, she is a witch. If she sinks, she is innocent and drowned. There is the pricking needle, used to pierce the skin in search of insensate flesh. Numbness is guilt. There are iron muzzles for those who speak out, masks with spikes that cut the tongue, gags that press down on the palate. Mouths, they say, should remain closed unless chanting prayer. There is spectral evidence, dreams, visions, or the shape of a cat in the dark. And if someone testifies they saw your spirit walking at night, that is proof enough. Judges shift from law to theater. Accusers become heroes. And the accused, no matter their pleas, no matter their proof, are already lost. In some towns, entire families vanish. Neighbors turn on neighbors. Children testify against mothers. And coin changes hands for each successful conviction. Because even fear in the Middle Ages could be monetized. The church at times protests, and at times it leads. Some inquisitors call for restraint. Others build new scaffolds. Doctrine battles panic. But in villages far from Rome, it is the pitchfork that rules. The flames burn hotter, the gallows stretch longer, and the silence deepens. So tonight, as you lay in the hush of your home, with curtains drawn and fire low, think not of kings or crimes. Think of accusation, of how easily it was made, of how little it took. A glance, a name, a freckle, and the fire would listen. Now we close the book. We do not slam it shut. We fold it slowly, like a burial cloth, creased at the corners, smoothed with care. For the story of medieval punishment does not end in fire or blood or screams. It ends in silence and in questions. What did it leave behind? Justice carved in wood and stone. Scaffolds remembered more than sermons. Names lost to soot and time. Laws once sacred, now strange. And ghosts, not the kind that haunt with chains, but with memory. Let us begin again in the town square. It is empty now. The stocks are gone. The pillory rotted. No crowd gathers. But still, in the early morning fog you might see their shapes. A merchant, branded for theft. A girl accused of sorcery. A noble, wrapped in velvet, walking to the block. They are not real. But they were. Their stories linger, not only in books and ledgers, but in us. In the way we fear shame, crave justice, hide scars. And what of the laws? Many are gone, repealed, rewritten, replaced. But others survive, in spirit if not word. The urge to punish before we understand, to accuse before we listen, to believe that suffering is always deserved. The rituals are different now. No more branding irons or dunking stools. But the hunger for spectacle remains, the need for the crowd, for the story of the wicked one and the righteous flame. Social trials, public shaming, punishments of reputation. It is not the Middle Ages anymore. And yet, some echoes never fade. In cathedrals once used to judge heresy, tourists now marvel at stained glass. In castles once echoing with screams, children laugh on guided tours. And beneath the stones, the oubliettes still sit, dark, silent, patient. Time did not erase them. It covered them, softly, like snowfall. So what, then, remains? A warning that justice must be more than vengeance, that fear must not be law, that pain does not always purify, and that silence, especially the silence of the condemned, must not be mistaken for guilt, but also a kind of strange beauty. For all its cruelty, medieval justice reveals something eternal. The need to understand wrong, to make sense of betrayal, to answer suffering with order. And though their answers were brutal, they were not always blind. Mercy lived here too, in hidden moments. A monk who loosened chains, a guard who whispered a prayer, a widow who buried the dead with care. We are not here to forgive history, nor to flinch from it, only to witness. And now, we have. So tonight, as your eyes grow heavy, let the images settle. The rack, the wheel, the long road, the silent room, the whisper of the rope, the spark that becomes fire. Let them drift. Let them dim. The book is closed. The stories rest. Sleep now, and do not be afraid. You live in a gentler time, but never forget what came before.